Okay, so it looks like I've started and I can hear myself, so that's good. I'm going to put that on mute. Hello, people. Hi, Emerald. Hi, Nightly. Thank you for the lurk. And hello to all lurkers that are here. Um, it's been a while since I've streamed. I haven't felt the best for a while. Things have changed a little bit. I've got some progress in blood magic that I want to do. I want to expand my blood magic footprint. I've got some planning here of what I want to do, and in addition to that, I want to move all of my blood magic stuff onto this pyramid in the void. So that should be interesting and fun stuff to do. Instead of using my feet to get from here to there and teleporting using that personal dimension anchor, I've got these little teleposers, and I'm pretty much using them exclusively to move between my bases, which is nice to have. The teleposers are a feature of blood magic. They use a little bit of the life essence to move you from point A to point B, and vice versa. So the first thing to be making will be a bunch of this growth medium, and I need to go back to my void base and pick up all the parts for it. Which, if I'd been thinking straight, I would have done that, but I was talking instead of thinking, so we know how that goes. We need some saplings. Saplings get turned into the wood ash here. We got mulch back at the other base, I hope. We need some bone, a stack plus 22. And sugar, which we can get somewhere else, and water, which we can get somewhere else. Then we're going to need some gunpowder. Once again, a stack plus 22. You're going to be lurking. Cool. Chili is yummy. Good luck with your housework. It sounds like it's going to be a blast, as housework always is. I'm going to need some redstone. Another stack and 22. Glowstone dust I have somewhere else. Glass files I have somewhere else. And the growth medium we'll be making. So let's go back to our teleposer. Head back to the main base. Then we'll need to use our teleposer to get to one of our more remote bases to pick up that sugar. Which is here. I think this is all new since the last time I streamed, but regardless, it is what it is. We're not able to put that pretend back, but that's okay. We'll just hold on to it for now. Let's see here. Sugar, bone, mulch I think we have, wood ash we're going to make. We'll head back to the primary base. And we'll get that cooking down. While those cook, let's go pick up the glowstone and the glass files. Now, in order to make files, we'll need to use the silicone rubber to make some rounds, and then you utilize those rounds with the glass bottles, and you get your files from Thaumcraft. You got a really good sale on some beef, so now you're trying to meal prep a bunch, and the kitchen is a disaster. Nice! A disaster kitchen often means good meals are prepared or almost so. So I hope that the good food was either had recently or is about to be had. 21 and 22. And one too many, so that's too bad. I don't particularly want to store these, so we'll just melt that one back down. And then we'll do another stack. Prep those. While that's doing its 64, we'll go to a location where I've got glowstone being manufactured. It's all frozen in the deep freeze. Well, that's good. That'll keep it safe for a while. Let's see. Glowstone is in this machine. And we got that. Anything else that I'm forgetting? Nope. Back to the sky base. I suppose calling it my main base anymore is probably a bad plan because I'm trying to move off of it. Just haven't gotten there yet. Or are you saying all the food's frozen in the deep freezer? As in, like, you prepped meals and stuck them in the freezer. That would make sense if you're doing meal prep. Alright. Pick up this silicone rubber. Pick up the rest of these rounds. Put everything back where they belong. Put that back. Put the plate mold back. Finish making these files. And hopefully that wood ash is prepared. It looks like it is. So then we need a couple of fluid cells as well as 22 water. We'll take that water out of that one. We'll get some other water out of this one. All the meals are in the freezer. More meals to be made today, though. Nice! So is chili the main part of the meal, or is it a side dish? We'll head over to the mixer, and we'll get this growth medium started. Put the water in. Put the sugar in. And the bone, and the mulch, which we didn't grab. But I'm fairly certain we have mulch here. We have some. We don't have nearly enough. Let's see here. How do we make mulch? Bark? No. Hi, Major. Welcome in. Thanks for saying hi. Chili for baked potatoes. Oh! Baked potatoes with chili and grilled onions and cheese and bacon. That's just some good stuff right there. All right, we're gonna need some biochaff. I think I know where I can get some biochaff. If not, we'll make it. And then roast and carrots and mashed potatoes. Wow, I'm getting hungry, and I just finished my breakfast. That's terrible. But good and amazing. It sounds like you're doing good meal prep, and I'm really happy for you. Good to see you too, Major. It's going very well. How are you? Let's go see if we can rustle up some biochaff. I think I've got a bunch of it in my first automations base, and I'm not standing on the teleposer, so it ignored me. Let's see here. Biochaff should be in one of these over here. Look at that. We'll take half a stack. And we'll head back to the sky base. Glad to hear you're good. You been up to anything fun? Emerald's been ruining the kitchen and making amazing food, it sounds like. So we're going to need water. We're going to need a chemical bath. We can do that. We'll just grab too much water. Let's see here. One of these will be plenty. Grab it out of here. And a chemical bath is far over here at the end of this noisy line, I think. Nope. Yep, there it is. So water and biochaff. And it's not doing anything. Oh, it is doing something. I just didn't see it. Opposite of him, you've been cleaning the kitchen? Nice! Getting the kitchen clean is always a good plan. Not going to say that I do it nearly as frequently as I probably should. I'm very lucky in that regard, but getting it done is very good. When it is my turn to clean the kitchen, I do get it taken care of. It's just very infrequently that it's my turn. Living with 3 ladies is nice that way. And I appreciate them. Alright, this next one should be enough. And then we'll just set up an output chest for the rest of it to go into. Right here. And we will get our wrench and say output goes that way. And auto output. And then maybe that's enough water? We'll see when we come back. Let's see here. Now you're watching me and soccer's on, so you're chilling. Very nice. Chilling is good times. Alright, this is too much. We needed 22. Put that away. Back to the mixer. So we got the sugar, the bone, the mulch, the wood ash, and the water on number 2. Alright, there it goes. Put those empty cells away. Fill up the water tank more. And put the rest of these ingredients in the supply chest for the mixer. Then we'll sort out the rest of these other ingredients that are for the simple catalyst that we're going to be using to make the tiara, to make the ritual stones, to make the. Because in New Horizons, there's a lot of putting things together to put things together. Which is good. Let's see. Keep the water topped off. This combination's done in the alchemical chemistry set, or alchemic, not alchemical. That's over underground in our pre-existing blood magic altar area that we're going to be moving once we get all these supplies to do it. Alright, let's put those away. I might need one of them. Well, I'll probably just use these. Might need to put some water back at some point. That's essentially done. Okay, so let's count this off. That was one too many. we go. That's going to just take care of itself. I'll head back over and look at the mulch and see how it's doing. It needs more water. Surprise, surprise. But it's on its way. Let's see. 6 seconds per craft, another 40 seconds or so. Almost done. And that's the last one. Let's put this water away. Maybe we'll have room. Actually, I suspect we'll have room. Put those cells away. All the animals everywhere. Store this mulch. Pick up the growth medium. And then we'll head over to the Blood Magic altar area. Apparently I should have slept to avoid that nice little alarm that's telling me it's nighttime. Apologies all. I kind of ignore that unless I know I need to pay attention to it. But it is nighttime and I should not be should not be just hanging out in my Thaumcraft area without sleeping because it's dangerous. So we'll need that. We'll need the Master Blood Orb. We'll get this going. And then I'm going to go disable that alarm so that it doesn't happen again. And we won't hear it much, if we hear it at all. Because first I'll sleep. And then I'll approach it sneakily so that it doesn't blare in our ears again. It'll get loaded and disabled before we hear it. Let's see here. We want no noise. So this little altar we've got here is what we're going to be replicating out in the void world. We can show that off a little bit. Let's see here. Back to Skybase because that's where my connection to the void base is. All these other bases will either be moving or being replaced by the sky base. So this little 49 by 49 pyramid is going to have a couple of different blood altars on it. One of them will probably be over here. One of them will probably be over here. And I might have a tiny one over here. The gigantic tower that I made in the overworld, I used World Edit to move to the Void personal dimension. And this is all being done in the name of server performance. I didn't actually run into performance issues, but I did notice that CPU utilization was getting much higher than I wanted, so I started moving things around. Right now, all of my stuff is pretty much kept in this little system here. It's called Applied Energistics, and it's a way to solve your inventory woes. These drives have items on them. The green drives are empty or nearly empty. The yellow drives have been partitioned fully, and the red drives are full. And you can do more to make this more optimized. I haven't been too concerned because I'm not full yet. When I get full, I'll just add more drives and keep going. There are a couple dragon eggs powering the system. They're overkill for now, but they probably won't be overkill soon. I do have a single super chest full of ender pearls because I have lots of ender pearls, and this would fill up the system all by itself. The power is drawn in through the energy acceptor, push down the glass cabling into the controller. The controller and the energy cell store the power and utilize it to do all the magic, and then all of the storage is here, and you can just pick up items, whatever item you need out of the system. It's a lot better than most storage systems, in my opinion. Yesterday, during Math Girl stream, I made a little pyramid here and put a chunk loader on top. Unlike the typical modded chunk loading where you just use some commands, this pack has actual machines that will do chunk loading from Railcraft. Yes. So I've got some bees that make the precursor to ender pearls. I've got a machine that turns those into ender pearls, and then they're fed into the anchor to be the fuel for the chunk loading. And then all the other extra stuff that the bees make just get tossed in the bin. I've got the same setup on top of the tower. The extra block next to the assembler is a power source. It's basically a solar cell, or not a solar cell, solar panel. Solar cell, solar panel, I don't know. Whatever it is. So this is chunk loading these 3 chunks, the 3 chunks being represented by the pyramid. That chunk loader is chunk loading the 3 chunks in the center of the tower. I really like this tower. I need to get all the dirt away from it. I took full chunks when I was doing my world editing, but, you win some, you lose some. Let's see here. Use my sword of teleportation to get out of this. And back into the tower. We'll head back to the old blood magic area via the sky base. All of my storage that was here, well, not all of it. I've still got the bees here, and I've still got some Tinker's Tool stuff here, but most of the storage has been moved into the Applied Energistics system. The bees being a real hassle as far as I'm concerned, and I don't need to move them yet. I'll probably set up some other storage components in the future for them. Let's see if this is done. It is. We'll get the rest of them going. You can probably just barely hear the mobs being damaged up there. We can go take a look at them. When we get closer, we can hear them much better. But we've got a little bit of a life essence draining factory here. We've got some blazes above that we're kind of ignoring now. And then we've got some friendly witches down below, coven witches. And then the life essence is being taken away from them and being fed into all the various magics that I want, including outright practically cheating mining techniques that I'd be happy to show off if people are interested in seeing 11 by 11 by 11 mining. That's done. That's done. We need this next layer. I don't think I have the stuff, so we're going to go get it. If I'd been thinking, I would have grabbed it while I was back at the void base. But thinking isn't something I'm known for. Especially when I'm talking. Let's verify. Yes, I'm going to need the stack plus 22 of these items as well. So it's Sky Stone. And I'm actually going to take this back to the overworld sky base and get them processing because they're going to be the slowest part. And we'll come back and pick up the rest. Make sure this goes. Okay. So every 30 seconds it'll process 7 of those. So it'll take, well, over 300 seconds, I suppose. We need the mineral sands. One stack plus 22 of each. And we need obsidian. And since I only have 11 here, I suspect I have a lot somewhere else. So let's go see if that's true. Because the last time I was running low on obsidian, I think I made a good decision to store some. Yes. Okay. Need a stack and 22. And this is going to be not even started really, so let's see if this macerator's open. Oh, good. Hello, ASCII. How are you? I hope you're doing well. Welcome in. Pick up that obsidian. You're doing Garden of Grind now? Did you lose your most recent world? Or you're not streaming, so you're not in your hardcore world? That's a heck of a chest. It's a compressed chest. It's not big compared to applied energistics, but it does the job. It's bigger than a diamond chest, that's for sure. Gotcha. So where are you at in Garden to Grind? Are you in... Let me guess, you're already in EV. EV being where I'm at, essentially. In this playthrough. Yeah, I can fill one of those chests pretty quickly with my crazy mining abilities with the Blood Magic bound pick. Which is a little fast. In fact, have you seen how fast the bound pick is, ASCII? Now I'm curious. Late LV, nice. LV was a lot of fun. EV seems like there's so much to get done. I'm not sure how IV is. I have an IV machine, but I'm not really into IV much, I don't think. Of course you have Twisted Space. Why wouldn't you have Twisted Space? I don't know what that means. I think I saw a little bit of the Hive playthrough a little bit. Based on what you said, my context says there's more multi-blocks, maybe earlier multi-blocks if I remember correctly. I'm still playing 2.3.0 and I will be until the end of time, I think, because I'm really slow. And I'm just having a nice time going slow, enjoying the game. Isn't the Steam Squasher... Is it not this Steam Squasher? Yeah, I don't think there's a forge hammer or a alloy smelter in what I have. And yes, she just keeps popping up. The duplication of her is just amazing. I've got 2 of her in golden lassos. If I had more golden lassos, I could capture her, and she'd just show back up in a few minutes if she decided to. That witch decides to spawn whenever I'm near my house. I think it's to do with my bed. It might be more to do with this witchery altar. I don't know. I'm not going to worry over it. I'm leaving this base soon. Maybe. So it's all good. Let's head over to the Old Blood Magic area once again. And get these combining. Okay. Now I'm curious if this can be automated. So more will go in, but it won't come out. Or did I mess that up? Nope, that's correct. More stuff can be fed in. The stuff in the middle won't come out. I wonder if that's a underneath only kind of a deal. Let's see here. I'm not changing the blood altar. Let's do that. That working again. We'll see if this is automated now. Always active, insert. Yes, okay. So this can totally be automated. Makes sense. Just haven't done it yet. Okay. Very nice. Mega bricked blast furnace. That sounds fun. Probably expensive, but it sounds fun. Does it make a steel every second, or does it make a stack of steel every, what is it, 60 minutes or 30 minutes or something like that? Because the bricked blast furnace does block of charcoal iron. So in 30 minutes, it does 5. So it does 1 every 6 minutes. So does it do a stack every 6 minutes or something? The mega bricked blast furnace. $46 to go. I guess we could work on the blank slates. Let's see. I need 5. Oh, right. Okay, so that's 42 of these. Default recipe time is 4 minutes. And how many steel does it make with that 4-minute timer? 168 divided by 9. $19 more. And then 19 more again. And I think I've got all the rest of those, so let's get a stack and a little bit. Of life essence, and we'll take it and get those processing. Those are almost getting close. Back to the sky base. Or maybe not, because I can't figure it out. Down to the clean room, because that's where you need to cut your arcane stones, of course. Actual processing time equals default times parallels divided by stuff. Go ask a math teacher, maybe? Does it not tell you the time on the multi-block when it's doing the work? Because I think that would be the only way for me to figure it out. Ah. Too expensive. We'll just build it in creative and call it a day. Okay, those are processing. I'll put those in this backpack. our blood magic setup. $2,121 fire bricks. That's a little bit. And 1,271 bronze plated bricks. Well, I don't have the bronze plated bricks, but I do have bricks. Unfortunately, that's not in my game, so I can't even pretend to be able to make it. But I do have a few bricks if that would help you out. We need to get these 6 stacks processing. I don't think I have 6 stacks on me. I have 4. Put those in here. Pick up this orb. We'll go pick up more arcane slates from the cutter. Oh. I need to make sure this is programmed to make the blank slates like I want it to. I don't want it to make some other kind of slates. That's a fairly large multi. I don't know of any multis in my playthrough currently that are bigger than whatever size this is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I guess 7 by 7 by 7 is the biggest multi I have right now. I mean, at that level of pollution, you're basically just saying that that chunk will be polluted and you're not worried about it. But like I told you, I've got a few bricks. That's why I use bricks to make my blood magic pyramid. I like the way bricks look. I like the way bricks look enough that I've decided to put them on automatic and keep them going with bees. Bricks from bees. Is this growing? No, there weren't. Okay, it is. Just growing it slowly. Alright. Now, I think we said we put 2 fewer than the 6 required. Actually, not quite 6 stacks. So we put in 4 stacks, and we need a 58 here. Get those put in. Let's stop and have a bite to eat. Those going. 3 stacks down. And then as soon as we're done with those, we'll need 2 stacks and 40 more. 1, 2. All right. I completed the tiara, right? Or tiara? Yes. We're going to need to go pick up 168 obsidian for a near time craft. An upcoming craft. There are better ways to say that, I bet. go back to the void world. So ASCII, I've moved the tower that I made in the overworld with world edit to the void world. And this is for server performance issues. And this is going to be the new place for blood magic. I'm essentially going to have my main altar here, my secondary altar back over there, and then probably a third smaller altar over here. Just doing things, moving things into this world. And I've got a tiny little applied energistic system to help me take care of where are things and what are things up to. So this 186 is 2 stacks and 40. And I'm going to need that twice. And then I'm going to need 4 more on top of that. So we'll put all that in the backpack. Nice and orderly. I like the way bricks look. I have a lot of enjoyment from them. And so I put them at automatic and I got them going. These are the large brick texture on the brick blocks, but it does give kind of like a what do you call it? Illusion? Yes. It looks like this is much smaller than it really is, but if you look at the very bottom, you can see the 1 thick versus the 2 thick for each of the upgoing ones. I started looking at doing a 3x3 step, but I didn't like the looks of it nearly as much. So it kind of shrinks the way the pyramid looks until you see the top or the bottom where the 1 block sizes are. It doesn't look like that's a 49 by 49 pyramid, but it is. And looking at it on the corner, it looks kind of puny. But then you get closer and it's huge. Should be fun soon, once I've installed the blood magic altars. Let's go back using the teleposer. And yes, there is the argument that I could just start using warps, and every warp I create I just toss out the teleposer that I would need to activate it, but I'd rather use the in-game items than not. Let's see. Back to the pyramid, or back to the blood magic altar. And let's see if we've got the 5 stacks and 58. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, it's totally finished. Cool. Put the orb back. And we'll organize this into 5 stacks and 58. And then the remainder. And we'll get these compressing. So are you interested in seeing the soap factory, ASCII? Or are you interested in seeing anything in particular? Is anyone interested in seeing anything in particular? It's been a while since I streamed. I've been under the weather for a while. I don't know what I caught originally, but at some point I had COVID, according to the quacks, which is fantastic. I really don't know what's what. Yeah, Garden to Grind does appear to be a little bit of a slow pay. Let's see here. The soap factory. I am curious at how much soap I have right now. Let's go to the top and we'll just fly around it a little bit. So this is the soap factory. The top is farms. The middle is where my bees and fish are. And I believe it's the European Union that ruled that bees are fish or something along those lines. And the bottom is Thaumcraft production for the most part. It's got a chunk loader. It produces power by burning Eyes of Ender, which is pretty cool. It's doing that at the MV level and then turning the power down to LV to send it out. This is all being done at LV, except one machine over here that's buffered power. I don't remember which, but it's going to be the one right next to the battery case. So the salt combs require a MV centrifuge to work, and that's being buffered by a medium voltage battery buffer with a power detector and a machine controller, so that this will only work when there's enough power for that recipe to function. Everything else being LV machines. But in essence, we grow stuff in the farms and we get Eyes of Ender, Ender Pearls, Ender Pearl Dust, spruce logs. The honeycombs are coming from bees. Well, it's free power too, because the farm's already growing the Ender Pearls for the chunk loading and the Ender Pearl Dust for the Thaumcraft. So the Ender Eyes, the Eyes of Ender, weren't being used. So just turning them into power is a really good use for them. More bees, more farms for milk, the fish coming in from the fish farms, and then again more farms. And then lately, after everything else was done, before I started working on Blood Magic, I decided I wanted to have a supply of void metal. So I added a void metal farm up top, and it was cheap enough that it's no big deal. And now I've got 73 stacks of void metal blocks. No cow milking, because cows are not good for ticks. And you can turn milk wort into milk powder. You can turn milk powder into milk. And then your milk you can put into buckets using the Ender IO crafter. And then the fresh milk can be sent off to do Sanyo essence. So if we go look at the farms, go up. We've got our void metal hidden under the slabs. We've got our Ender Bloom providing the pearls, the Eyes of Ender, and the Ender Pearl Dust. There's one that's ready to harvest. The farmer just harvested it. We've got our spruce saplings giving us our logs. We've got our milk wort. Over here we've got an Ender IO farm that's doing soybeans. The soybeans won't be done by the regular farms, and this is just the way I did it. And then I've got some sprinklers to increase the speed of growth, which is nice. There's a couple more farms over here. Well, there's only one more. And this is the belladonna. Dynamism tablet with bucket, 2 cow, no cooldown. Right, but the cow is still going to be an entity, so it's still going to be a source of lag. So it's still going to harm server performance, essentially. Oh, we're on an ad. Alright, I'm hopeful that that ad break is over. I don't know exactly where I was when it cut in. I was trying to explain that this is where the bees are working alongside the fish. And all the ingredients are processed and turned into things that are useful for Thaumcraft. And then various ingredients are burned up in the alchemical furnaces and created the various essences needed to make the different soaps. And right now the soaps are automated, and they're producing the tier 2 soaps, of which I have 20 stacks here. And I think there's... Okay, so there's 28 stacks of the tier 2 soap, and there's 24 stacks of the tier 3 soap. If I decide to get back into Thaumcraft and start building up warp again, these soaps will be key to keeping that warp down to 0, because I am not a fan of the warp effects. So just, you know, wash it all off. The various materials are turned into essences. The various essences are stuck into the alchemical constructs. The alchemical constructs move materials along, starting with soapstone dust, in the earliest one being made into magic tallow. Magic tallow being compressed, I believe. Let's look. I want to say magic tallow is being compressed. Yeah, being compressed into the magic tallow blocks that you can then make into candles or soap. I'm not actually certain that that's 100% accurate, but I think it is. Those tallow blocks come in here, become sanitizing soap. The sanitizing soap is directed over here to become the tier 2 soap in this construct, with the addition of Ordo and Sanyo. And then finally that's brought over to this third tier when it's active. Right now this is disabled, and added with a few other things to be the Alistair soap, which is the tier 3 soap. And using the tier 2 and the tier 3 soap along with the bath salts, you can remove all your warp relatively quickly. I do plan on moving this into the Void World eventually. It is a 3 chunk by 3 chunk base. I don't know necessarily when that will happen. It's a kind of a low priority compared to other things. This just kind of works on itself in the background, and I kind of ignore it for the most part. Sometimes I come steal essences for infusion crafting, but that's less common because generally the essences that are here aren't the ones I need for the various machines that I'm making. Let's head back to the sky base, and I wasn't quite centered, so I got booted down a level. And check on the compressor. We've got those blank bloodstones, which then we need to combine with 2 stacks and 40 obsidian, along with blank slates, same number. And this is done on the arcane workbench, which will mean lots of growing mushrooms. Hi! You got a big wart on your nose. And you kind of jump scared me. I don't like you. Quit jump scaring me. Go to our Thaumcraft area. Get these situated. Get our discount gear and our wand. Probably be able to make 2 of these at a time. Okay, you can make 6 at a time. And then we'll need to is she teleporting over here? I don't want to know. The wand that I'm using, you break the primal shrooms to get the viz for the wand, the magical energies, and then you water them and they grow up nice and fast. And then you break them again and get the viz back out of them, or V. I'm not sure how that's pronounced. It's spelled viz, but it's probably pronounced V. do this again and again until the wand's full. Then you go make a few more of the imperfect ritual stones, of which I need a lot. I plan on having the Well of Suffering ritual in 2 places. Kind of a backup active solution. I play on 2.3.0. I'd show you that, but I don't know where it would say that. Probably the opening credits screen. I could probably go there. But 2.3.0. Yes, really old. I started in August 2023, and I started on the current version then, and I'm not upgrading unless something really, really big happens that I decide is important enough to actually change. 3, 4, 5, 6. And I don't suspect that's going to occur. I don't think there's going to be a big enough change in Gregtech that it's going to have me go, okay, I really want to change versions. I'm really happy with the version I'm on. Other people have had all sorts of various issues with the game. Whoops. Have the mushroom on the ground, not on the mushroom. It does look really nice in Angelica, but I can get those similar nice looks with Optifine. I just have, you know, really poor frame rates when I do it, but I can still take very nice, you know, screenshots with that, and I'm not too concerned. This is the version where you still have the disassemblers, and I make frequent use of them. I don't know what all's changed. I plan on playing 230 until I finish, or finish one way or the other. Either by making the requisite items at the end of the pack, or I'm just done with the pack for whatever reason. I'm hopeful that I'll make the requisite items at the end of the pack, but I have no idea. This is my first playthrough, and I just keep chugging along. I understand that less than 10% of players make it as far as I've made it in their first playthrough, which is kind of fun, kind of scary. I'm not really sure what that means precisely. I mean, I do understand 10% of, you know, players, but I'm not really sure I get the mental image properly, because I wouldn't think that people would start this pack unless they're prepared to finish it. But that's my perspective, and I'm probably wrong. Yes, block gate works on this version, but I see that as a completely unintended gameplay mechanic. And since it's an unintended gameplay mechanic, I don't use it. I try to limit myself to what I assume developers meant to have in here. And yes, you can argue that developers don't want the disassembler to be in here because they've removed it in later versions, but it was balanced in this version as far as they were concerned when they released it, so I'm going off of that interpretation where the balance was when 2.3 was released. 6 more of those, and back to filling the wand. I understand that there are bees and ways of creating various different nodes and such whereas this is the old way of doing it and there's a better way. I haven't spent the time to understand exactly how that works and research it and do it. And this just kind of works, so I just deal with it. When I get all of the V into... Well, thank you for the follow, whomever followed just now. Why doesn't it show me that? At any rate, someone followed and it gave me a follower goal, and I appreciate the follow or follows, or I don't know. I'm very bad at understanding what Twitch is saying to me for the most part. I think I'm bad at gaming in general. That's why I'm 2,000 hours into a pack that I guess some people finish in that amount of time. But I'm playing the pack blind. I don't watch what other people do that are beyond me. I do watch streamers that are either like equivalent to where I'm at, or maybe, you know, a tiny bit ahead, but then I try to ignore what I don't know. And streamers that are behind me, I tend to watch quite frequently. And when they ask for help, I try to give it to them. At least my version of help, because I'm probably not offering the absolute best method. It's just the method that I've figured out. Along those same terms, I will often say things in chats or streams or whatever have you, and people will be like, well, why didn't anybody else do that? And I'm like, I don't know. I looked through NEI, I looked through the quests, I read things, I found something, and I used it, and it worked. And it's really cool. For example, the bound pick. I understand that miners are really quick and really effective. By that same token, I think I can mine out a vein faster than someone can set up a miner with the bound pick. Because the bound pick just tears through the world. Where are we at? We're getting close. I made a little tiny video recently showing off the bound pick, and it does an 11 by 11 by 11 mining hole if you're in the appropriate spot. Otherwise, it's doing, you know, approximately 11 by 11 by 5, and that's probably the more accurate number to report. So 20, no, not 21. Math. Math is something that Gregtech will do for you. So you can do 605 blocks in a single click. Yes, it does make a big hole, and I don't mind big holes. If I had a problem with big holes, I wouldn't make them myself intentionally, and I do. In fact, I'm going to have to show off spawn here in a little bit. And how much I don't mind large holes in the ground. Well, no, 2 more times. Yes, miners do replace blocks when mining. And I think there's a way to disable that. I'm not certain. But like I said, I think I'd rather use the bound pick because you just get the resources and you get them more quickly. Now, you don't get as many resources as if you were using a miner, either single block or multi-block, because as far as I know, the bound pick can't have the same level of, not efficiency, the same level of fortune applied to it. And it doesn't triple the ores like the ore drilling plant does, which is actually really cool. The tripling of ores is really cool. But if you can do 3 veins in the time it takes you set up for 1 vein, it's kind of like, okay, why worry about it? And then on top of that, the ore drilling plant doesn't provide you with the block versions of the ores, and the quests require the blocked version of the ores. So it's kind of like, why? On top of that, a majority of the mining I do at this point is either to make a large hole in the ground or to remove a meteor. Yeah, that's true. I've seen your base. Your base is a fantastic looking base. I'm more in the mindset of a void base than a beautiful, I want to say Japanese gardens inspired base, but maybe I'm off my rocker there. I would be happy to have you describe what you think of it is, because you're probably 100% accurate and I'm probably 5% accurate, if that. Are we full? We are. I kind of wish the wand would be one direction when it's not full and a different icon when it is full. And yes, I get that there's the little icon down here in the lower left that shows things, but it doesn't have a your wand is full indicator either. It just has a here are the approximate levels on your wand. If the wand and your hotbar were completely different icon when it's empty or partially full versus completely full, it would be easier to determine when you're done doing this. I don't think they're going to change Thaumcraft because I moan and groan. But yeah, your base is a very, very nice looking base. My bases are kind of a mess, and I completely own that, and I have no problem with it. And I like the void base. It's more my style, I suppose. Getting close. We're getting close. Doesn't say it's raining, but maybe it's going to rain if I don't sleep. So maybe I'll sleep. Your base is harder because you can't build behind walls. Why can't you build behind walls? Is that a self-imposed limitation? Kind of like how I won't use the then you're outside of the house. I don't understand. I mean, villages, castles, etc., have had walls essentially forever in order to protect from bad things, and in Minecraft those bad things are mobs, so building walls around your base, your house, as an analog would make perfect sense to me. You mean house walls? Okay. I think I'm confused, but I said I wanted to show you something. Where's spawn? There it is. So one of the things I plan on doing eventually is clearing out all of the chunks that are active because they're spawn chunks down to bedrock. I dug this out with a bound pick for the most part. I started off with a tinker's hammer, but then I changed over to the bound pick pretty quickly for efficiency of just chewing up the landscape. Before I dug any of this, I used the ore drilling plant to clean out all the ores. but I've decided I'm probably not going to do that in the future. But basically, mobs can spawn, things can happen. The server's processing these chunks at all times, and I'm not sure I want that. They're even processing those things when I'm in the personal dimension. So, to minimize the amount of chunks that are being processed, I've decided I'm going to clear out, the spawn chunks in a large area, which is going to take a lot of time. I haven't committed all that time yet. I've done 6x6 chunks at this point, and I need to do that like 10 more times. If I go over yonder and I move myself to, well, actually, let's just glide there to the opening in the ground for redstone that I made when I was kind of showing off the bound pick before. I think it's... there it is. So the bound pick, when utilized, very rapidly removes material. And if I get myself a compressed chest, because I actually want to clean up after myself, you know, 3 clicks of the bound pick got that much resources. And then if I go back up with some flight, if I'd prepared, this would have been quicker. So my redstone is here. Turn on some night vision. Somehow I disabled the bound pick. Wow, this is a good sized redstone node. Takes more time to store it in your compressed chest than it does to mine it. So one of these is full. We'll just put it away for now. The minecart's hilarious in my mind. What a mess I'm making. Yeah, I agree. But I don't mind. Hi there, zombie. So that's that entire very large node completely torn down in just that amount of time. I have no idea what I got out of it, and I'm not going to worry too much about it. And a miner would get all these small ores eventually. It just would take a lot longer. What do we have here? I'm just curious. Fun, let's steal it. Then there was another one that fell into the water somewhere, right? There it is. Epic bacon, red garnet, some junk. And I could go through here and clear this out even more, but the point was I'm mining out the redstone without having to spend a bunch of time, and so leaving is going to be the way to accomplish that. Let's clear out my inventory of this stuff, pick that back up, put it away. I'll deal with that later. But that's an example of the bound pick basically going nuts. Yeah, it was a pretty good sized redstone vein. I don't know if redstone veins are just by nature larger than other veins, or maybe that was a double vein. I don't know. I'm not too worried one way or the other. I want to work on this. So I need those. Where did I put the ritual stones? They're probably in a chest. Let's hope. There they are. Hid them from myself, of course. Alright. Ritual stones. This Terra. Some obsidian. I hope it's obsidian. Okay, it can be lots of obsidians. Some reinforced slates, which I need to make. Let's go work on those. So the reinforced slates need to be set up here for extraction. And then I'm going to need 2 stacks and 40. 1 and 2 and 40. And this is why I'm moving away from using the blazes. There are blazes that make... There are storm blazes or something like that. That make lots even with them turned off. Okay, there they go. Anyway. The blazes make a lot of noise. And if I go up there, you'll see that there's a storm blaze being all kinds of crazy. I did just disable night vision, and in a second here it's going to blink a bunch. If that causes you guys problems, please look away from the stream here in a minute. But there's that storm blaze right there, and every time he gets hurt, he's making a whole bunch of noise. And I think, could be wrong about this, but I think if we go outside, it's going to be like thunderstorm kind of look. Well, maybe not because it's nighttime. Not a problem. But yeah, those blazes get really noisy. The witches, not so much. Which I appreciate. Noisy, noisy, noisy is not good. All right. This is going to be requiring a bunch of stuff. So, do I want to start working on that? Terra and Ignis. Don't those come from something pretty common? Oh. Maybe there's a... Is it bricks? Yes, okay. So Terra and Ignis will come from bricks. Tenebrae... I muted you. Oh my goodness. You just can't have nice things. Alright. Where will I get Tenebrae from? Oh, I suppose I could do obsidian. From Hardcore Ender Expansion. Is there a more clean source? Are there any clean sources? Moon Rock? I'm probably just going to use Abyssal Stone and end up with a whole bunch of extra stuff. Alright, magic I get from pearls, I think. Well, that doesn't make any sense. Good source of magic. Is there a clean source of magic? Not really. Yeah, I'll probably use blaze powder. And then air, I want to say nitrogen. Yeah, nitrogen. Okay. So that's kind of planned out while these work. The first stack is done. How is my LP network doing? It's almost full still. When I was using the bound pick, I believe each click of the bound pick uses like 150 or 100k life essence, and I have the 1 million available maximum, but the farm here draws a lot of life essence out of those mobs and provides it to me, so using the bound pick is not a big deal. Without this well of suffering, without the appropriate blood orb, or excuse me, master's orb, without the appropriate stuff here, using that pick would be dangerous to the point of, you know, one shot would probably kill me. Because the pick wants to get its energy from somewhere. And if you don't have it in your LP network, it's going to get it from you. Once when I was using the bound shovel, I did end myself, which was unfortunate. Did I put it into a box as well? I probably did. Yep. Just put everything into boxes. Some days. Apparently I want to lose things. Two stacks down, one to go. Well, 40 to go. How many bricks will I need? 42 times 24 divided by 3. 42 times 24 divided by 3. And how many is that? Divided by 64. So 5 stacks and a quarter. Let's go grab 6 stacks of bricks. Too far up. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, and a quarter. Then I'm gonna need, I don't know how much of that. The problem being is that the Tenebrae is going to come from Bissell Cobblestone. I have to go back to the Void Dimension to get that. Blaze Powder, Nitrogen Cells. So, is that an 8? Or is that a 3? Let's find out. Huge mode. That is a 3. Okay. 3, 6, 12, 18, 24. Normal size mode. So 3 times 42 divided by 2 equals 3 times 42 divided by 2, 63 nitrogen cells. Easy. I actually have a machine that makes cells for me. And then I've got nitrogen on tap over here somewhere. because I use nitrogen in the pyrolyze oven. Alright, that cell is extra. That's going to be used up later. The blaze powder and the abyssal cobblestone I'll have to go figure out in a little while. Let's go see if this is done cooking. It is. We'll put the master orb away. Grab those reinforced slates. Put away this divisionation sigil. And then we'll go get those extra materials that we don't have right now. The abyssal stone and the blaze powder. How much blaze powder will I need? Blaze powder is getting me magic. Magic, I need 6 per. So 42. 42 times 6. How many you get per? Per 4? I think that's right. Let's double check. Magic comes from, yeah, 4 per. So 63 blaze powder. Apparently we'll take 2 stacks. That's not what I want. There we go. And then the abyssal cobblestone, which is going to come from something being chiseled, I think. Yes, black granite will become abyssal cobblestone. So that's going to be at the void base. And the question again is, how many will I need? I need 12 times 42 divided by 4. 12 times 42 divided by 4. 126, so 2 stacks minus 2. I don't have any abyssal cobblestone or abyssal anything, so it's going to be the black granite. Two stacks minus 2. And then we will turn that into the abyssal cobblestone. We'll turn that into the abyssal stone. Wait. No, abyssal cobblestone, because it gives 4 per. Is there a better one? It gives ordo. That's not bad. That's a lot. That's nice. So I can have more earth, terra, or I can have more, I don't remember what that one's called, but I think I'll go with the cobblestone. Put this chisel away, and then we'll go see if any of these are available at the soap factory. Because if they're available at the soap factory, I won't have to create them otherwise. I'll just be ready to, but not have to actually do it. So we need those. Looks like nothing's available. We do have some magic. How much magic do we need? 42 times 6. Or 252, which is how many 16s? No, how many 8s? 32 8s. Wow. So I can save myself quite a bit by grabbing magic. This magic is empty, so that's not going to be helpful. And then in the future, I'm going to need a bunch of Fammies. And Fammies is here, so I'm going to grab it. I don't know if that's going to be restocked when I come back. I'm guessing not. Anything else that I'm going to need in the future that's going to be here and possibly restocked? Like I said, I'm guessing not, which is the way of the world. These are essences that general crafting, I've noticed, doesn't really use that frequently. But having those little bits is going to help. So back to the Thaumcraft area. We'll put away the Fammies because we're not going to use it right now. It just will be nice in the future. And by getting those 8, we knock down how much magic we're going to need. Let's review what we've already got. We've got some Terra. We've got some Ignis. Got a little more Precantatio. We've got some Air. All right. And then we don't have any Tenebrae, no, do we? Nope, no Tenebrae. Okay. So let's start off with this Tenebrae because it's going to be the biggest hassle, I think. This is going to make, one stack is going to make 8 jars full. We have the ability to fill 7, no 6. So we're going to figure this for 4. So half a stack is 4, quarter stack, okay. Then we'll use our Alimentum to process it. And then we'll get some labels out to label those jars. Coming up on the 2-hour mark. I believe we're going to have ads again here relatively soon. I do apologize for those. Twitch needs money to pay the bills. They serve ads. I don't really have any control over that. Just the timing, a little bit of control over the timing. And I try to limit the timing to when I'm on break as well. So that's going to be happening here in about 5-10 minutes, I suspect. We're going to have an ad break. I guess if I just keep emptying it, it's not going to be a big deal. But yeah, I think through this ad break, I'm just going to work on keeping these furnaces fueled and picking up the magic essences that result from the furnaces. Everybody else should probably take the 3 minutes to have a little break themselves, you know, have a stretch, say hi to people, walk around, and the like. If you don't have a drink of water or a drink of your own nearby, maybe grab one. You know, take care of yourselves. That kind of thing. Once again, not a lot going on. We're preparing to make these ritual stones. These ritual stones are going to be necessary for the various crafts as well as the Well of Suffering that I plan on building on the new pyramid for blood magic shortly. I also want to say thank you to the lurkers. I appreciate you being there. Oh, getting low on these. How many of these essences am I going to need overall? $42 times 24 divided by 8. 42 times 3, about 150? Wow. I'm going to need to make some more files. Or have lots of jars. Maybe I'll just do lots of jars, because I have a pretty good stockpile of jars. Let's see here. So much essence. So Tenebrae is going to be the big one from this furnacing. Words are hard for me. I wonder how many jars it's going to be. At 12 times 42 div 8 equals 12 times 42 divided by 8. 63 That can't be right. That is so many jars. 12 times 42 divided by 64. That would have been in files. And we're on add. 8 jars. Okay, so we're at 6, so it'll be 2 more. Yeah, working on getting some... We're moving the blood magics to a different location and upgrading it. I don't... Yeah, okay. .34 seconds. All right, I hope we're back. I don't know if we're back until chat says, yeah, we're back, and what you see is correct, or chat says, what are you talking about? You're not talking. But I hope we're back from break. Excellent. So yes, I'm upgrading and moving my blood magic setup to the void, essentially. I didn't actually run into server performance issues yet, but the numbers were going in a direction that I didn't like, so I started working towards minimizing the effects of the world on my server performance, if that makes sense. By moving to the void world, I'm hoping to remove a whole lot of stuff. This is not chunk loaded and it doesn't need to be, so I'll just show it off a little bit. So I'm using these teleposers to do teleporting, various bases. Heading to Skybase right now. Hi Cat as well, how are you? And how are you, Van? I said that once before, but it was useless because we were on ads. Alright, so this is my teleposer to the void base. And this is my void bases, or base, or however you want to think about it. There's the tower that I made a long time ago, and there's the itty bitty automatic chunk loading on top. Same with this. This is an automatic chunk loader that's as small as I can figure out how to make it. Glad you're good. Chilling is good. I'm going to put blood magic on this pyramid. I'm going to have a big altar over here. I'm going to have a big altar over here with the Well of Suffering on top of both of them. I'm probably going to have a smaller altar over here. And then, yes, industrial brick is my like. This is the main area. I also really like how, with this style of brickwork, it really looks like this pyramid is much smaller than it actually is. It's a 49 by 49 pyramid. Come on. But when you look at it from far away, it looks like it's closer and not nearly 49 by 49, because the 2 by 2 bricks kind of give the illusion of being a 1 by 1 brick, and there being half as many of them. Or is that a quarter? But that building is very similar in size to this building, or that pyramid, excuse me. And like I said, I'm going to have a blood magic altar over here with the Well of Suffering over top, and the same thing over here with the Well of Suffering over top. This is the starts of the Void base, with the starts of Applied Energistics, which is powered by a couple of dragon eggs. It's a little teeny tiny Applied Energistics system. I made it as big as I needed and no bigger. The next step is going to be blood magic. I plan on using blood magic to fuel some stuff inside of here, which will be nice to have. And also moving blood magic away from where it's at, basically using chunk loading in an area I don't appreciate to moving that chunk loading to the void, which I much prefer. If we go to this automations area, you can see where blood magic is now, underground. Thank you. And above this, we have our Well of Suffering currently. I'm not going to keep the blazes. I'm only going to keep the Coven Witches. And I can get unlimited Coven Witches, either making more Peaceful Tree saplings or just waiting for them to show up, because, well, let's empty out my pockets right now. This particular lady just keeps spawning at my sky base near my bed whenever I'm there, over and over and over. No, they never die because they just pop out a potion of regeneration. So, unlimited blood magic essence. Life essence. And when they get hurt, they drink a potion. And then they get hurt again and they drink a potion. This is something that I actually learned from Neurotic Goose. I don't know where he got it from. He probably learned it from somebody else. But I can't credit the person I don't know. I can only credit Neurotic Goose. I saw it in his Garden of Grind that he's got on YouTube. It is pretty nice. Let's go out to the Peaceful Tree. I don't know all of the specifics. My Peaceful Tree. This is where the tower was before I moved it with World Edit. My Peaceful Tree, which is here, produces witches. Hey, there's one right there. Let's grab her. Or him. Or whatever. Baldy. I've heard other people say that their Peaceful Trees do not produce Coven Witches. I don't know if it's biome. I don't know if it's... Yeah, it's a peaceful tree. It produces passive mobs slowly. And in this particular biome, at this Y level, 91, it makes witches as well. I think it might make witches more quickly in the magical biome or magical forest. I don't know if it doesn't produce things when you're standing right up on it. When I stand here, things definitely spawn. No, I put that there. Peaceful tree. The peaceful tree is a sapling that you can make with arcane infusion with Thaumcraft research. And yeah, I had to put... Wow. This has happened twice. The 2 witches have spawned simultaneously. Let's go put them away. Yes, easy. Oftentimes it'll spawn a pig or a sheep or a chicken, you know. It'll spawn other peaceful mobs as well. Where's the tree? But, you know, streamer luck, as soon as you start streaming, you get 2 witches at once, which is super nice. And I don't think these ever despawn. I don't know that, but I believe that they're a persistent mob once they're spawned. So there's a sheep. There's an exploding sheep. Because of course there is. Yes, indeed. Poor, poor ASCII. And the shortest hardcore run in the world. Okay, maybe not, but the shortest I've seen. But yeah, the peaceful tree is where I get my coven witches from. There's a secondary place that I get them from more accidentally than intentionally. Once you've made a coven witch one of your coven, and I think you've probably done that a couple times, they just kind of spawn near your bed randomly. Or maybe that's a bug in my version. I don't know. I don't have any problem with taking advantage of it because I'm not causing it. Stand in the right spot. This is, let's see here, almost nighttime. This is an area where I'm doing my HV automations. Come on, daytime. There we go. I've got several things going here. Primarily, we're going to look at silicon rubber. I've got a little bit of silicon rubber. That's being made through bees and free resources from algae. Between the bees and the algae, I think everything is produced that's needed for this. I've got stone combs, I've got salt combs and sulfur combs. I couldn't tell you the process, but I automated it all, and I've got, you know, whenever I need silicon rubber, I can just come pick it up. In addition to that, there's what I'm calling a power pack here that produces power. There's a second power pack over there. This industrial coke oven produces all the benzene components that I need to power these 2 power packs. The second automation I built here, aside from the silicon rubber, was for lithium. And because lithium comes from Instone dust, Instone dust has a couple of other nice things that it makes. I decided to automate them as well. So I've got the platinum metallic powder, I've got the helium, and I've got a little bit of sand. In addition to that, it produces tungstate, and I've got tungstate processing here, and then it's double blast furnace into the vacuum freezer, and I'm getting stuck on my own materials. And then I've got tungsten on automation as well, which is nice. So essentially we've got lithium, which I needed, hydrogen, platinum metallic powder, sand you can kind of ignore, the silicone rubber, the tungsten, and then over here I've got some bees just making a few combs, platinum combs, as well as iridium combs. Also slag, but who cares about that? This is just a hot, arid place for bee breeding, kind of ignoring that completely. But I needed some iridium for something, I don't remember. Was it some LUV circuits maybe? I don't know. I was making an IV circuit assembler for less expensive circuits, I think. And I needed the iridium to make it the circuit assembler. But yeah, these free resources are nice. This is chunk loaded through a couple of crops. There's more crops. These are the ones that are producing the Instone dust. This is producing the sugar for the sugar beets for the sugar for the oxygen and the carbon and such. And this is near spawn, where I've been cleaning out spawn. I plan on getting rid of all of the blocks around spawn for all the spawn chunks eventually. I've done 6x6. I need to do that about 10 more times. That's not a high priority thing right now. Moving blood magic is the high priority thing right now. Moving blood magic from here to there, essentially. Have you seen the bound pick in action? Because the bound pick is ridiculous. Oh, nice. Good, good, good. I cleaned out a vein as a kind of a lark. It was a redstone vein. It was a big redstone vein. And I just kind of cleaned it out because it was like, I kind of want to show off how quickly it can. It's silly how fast that pick works. If there's anything else you're interested in seeing, I'm happy to show you things. I just don't know what they are until I'm asked. I've got other automations that are working in my not HV area. So my MV and LV automations that are set up in my like second area. Well, no, third area, I guess. Because in reality, this is my first area. This was my original base. Then my sky base was second base. And then I was doing automations in base 3, but those automations weren't particularly well thought out for chunk loading purposes. So the entire base isn't chunk loaded, and I have 2 chunk loaders, and it's not particularly well working. But what are you going to do? Well, glad to see you and have some food. I enjoy the lurk. And if there's anything else you're interested in seeing, I'm happy to show it off. Let's see here. You can go there. How many more do I need? 4. Let's just fill this up and clean it out, essentially. But yeah, I'm just going to be working on getting these blood magic things created. I'm making ritual stones. I'm making a master ritual stone. I'm making runes of sacrifice and runes of augmented capacity in order to further fuel my process to having that second blood magic area, essentially. Okay. That's all of those. Put this Perdicio away. Then we'll look at doing the next thing. We need a whole bunch of air. We need 3 times 42 air. So equals 3 times 42, 126. So essentially 2 jars full. I have 1 jar full. Then I'm going to need, what is that, a half a stack of nitrogen will fill up the next jar. Yep. Alright, and then that's done. I made a whole bunch of jars of Terra, so I'll just leave that one out for now. Check chat, nobody's there. Well, only the lurkers are there, and I appreciate you lurkers. I suppose I can start setting up the automation for this. We need 4 places with obsidian. So 1, 2, 3, and 4. Then we need 4 places with reinforced slates. So 1. In addition to those, we need 2 places with Terra. And then we need the imperfect ritual stones in here. And I would like it if this was set up correctly. It is. Okay, perfect. So I just need the various essences still. That's done. Get those placed. All right. Air is done. Darkness is done. Let's look at magic. How much magic do we need? We need 6 times 42. Which is 252. Which is basically 4 jars. So we need 2 jars and 7/8 of a jar. So that's equals 3 plus 7 divided by 8. Actually, let's do that the other way around. 7 divided by 8 plus 3. Okay. Equals that. Divided by 4. Essentially a stack. Let's do that math differently. Equals 252 divided by 4. No. That was all wrong. Equals 252 minus 64 minus 8. 180. 180 divided by 4. 45. This is how many I'm going to need to turn into essence. 45. Okay. I'm just leaving these behind because I don't really need them here in my inventory right now. So this produces 3 separate things. So we'll get 3 jars down. And we'll get labels for those 3. And we'll get that processing. And then we'll label those jars once they start getting stuff in them. So we'll save these for repairing items. And we will save the Ignis for the Ignis we'll need. And we'll use the Precantatio to fill up the jars that we need to have full. And if I understand correctly, we're going to get more, we're going to get more Ignis than anything. We're going to get some Precantation, and we're going to get a little bit of the Instrumentum, which we can use to repair items in the future. And once again, it's just going to be a whole bunch of me doing this over and over because that's where I'm at right now. I don't have this set up in Thaumcraft, which would be nice. I don't know if there's ways to make this even faster other than using the Alumentum, which I probably should spend the time to make, but I didn't do that before stream, and I don't really want to do it on stream because then I'd have to figure that out as well. And I can make a mess out of that. Where just a little bit of time means that this will work eventually. Thaumcraft being something that just takes time, essentially. And I don't know if having 2 furnaces on the same line is slower than if it was 2 furnaces with 2 lines. I suppose I could test that. Let's see here. Axe. Okay. Then right outside. Need to move this. Need to sleep so I can see what's going on outside, so I can not get blown up by creepers, which would be super duper fun. We'll just pretend that that's normal. Same with this. There. Normal. Absolutely normal. Alright. Then we'll get our wand out. Put on our hat so we can see what's going on. Ay, ay, ay. Have I mentioned that I don't know what I'm doing? Because that's a real accurate representation of what's going on here. Alright. I want to delink that. And I want to link this so that blue is showing there. And then I want to link that so blue is showing there. And red. Okay, so that should push the fire as... Okay, good. Put these away. And we will put a jar here. And we'll see what we've done here, and we'll see what... Okay. So those are at least empty. Let's remove this jar and set it here. Remove that jar and set it here. Get the fire essence in those. We're not done, so that's fine. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Where? Okay, there they are. What did I do with all my files? Remove that one and set it here. These are all empty. Good. Let's start cooking again. And maybe this is faster, and maybe this is doing absolutely nothing. I guess I can hope that it's faster. Oh, good. So my guess is that 2 furnaces going into one line is just the same speed as 2 furnaces going into 2 lines. It's fun that there's different stuff coming out of the furnaces. So apparently that is not something that is deterministic. It is some sort of random function. Put all these away because we can. Have a bite to eat. That is so bizarre. Okay, and these still aren't done. But that's okay. Yeah, I'm going to hook this back up the old way and fix these walls back the way they were here in a minute. Once this process is complete. Because I'm convinced it's the same speed. It's just twice as much work. But I suppose it's good to know. It's also fun to know that these are non-deterministic outcomes because it just does what it wants to do, I suppose. We're getting close to being done with the magic, or the precantatio. Precantatio essence. Then we can work on the fire, the infernus, ignis, and the terra. And maybe someday I'll learn how to say these words. Although that is not high likelihood. I'm happy to admit. Okay, those are empty. Almost empty. Okay. these all situated and sorted. Do I have 4 precantatio? I do. Alright, so once we get this sorted, we'll fill this last little bit out. But first, let's remove these. Let's fix this connection. Okay. Let's put the wall back. Let's put the wall back correctly even. Close enough, I suppose? Who knows? I'll get this down, get a fuel source, and put the final precantatio in that jar. Blaze powder was doing for the magic. We're done with that. Okay, those 4 are done. Put them away. Organization. Not my strong suit. I'm trying, though. Somehow I had the mini-map zoomed in, but I just unzoomed that. Alright, let's look at how we're doing on Ignis. We need 18 times the 42 divided by 64. 18 times 42 divided by 64, or 12 jars of Ignis. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 10, 11, 12. That can go there. The rest can go for storage later. Alright, Ignis. How much of these do we have already? One, 2, 3, 4. We have 5 and a quarter. All right. So we need roughly half. Or let's just do this the other way. 64 times 6 3/4 equals 64 times 6.75, 432. Each brick gives 3. 432 divided by 3, 144 bricks. That's 128 And then, yeah, 16. Equals 64 plus 64 plus 16. Perfect. So then we will grab fire, which we have a little bit of. And we'll grab a second jar for earth. And we'll grab a label for earth. We'll put away these little components. And do I have any? That's not quite enough because this has, no, that's plenty. That's going to mean we can take off 1. So instead of 3/4, it's 5/8 equals 6 plus 5 divided by 8 equals 64 times 6.625 equals 424 divided by 3, 142, which is 2 less. Okay. All right. So, charcoal and bricks. And we'll start collecting the essences of Ignis and Terra and storing them up as well. Until they're full. And then we'll probably need to do Terra, but I might do dirt instead of bricks to not have the extra essence. No reason to just create extra essence as far as I'm concerned. And I think you can just get Terra from stone and earth. Dirt works, stone works. What about cobblestone? Nope, cobblestone does not work. So we'll probably just get it from the stone. Yep. That way we're not making extra to store. We already have enough extras stored as far as I'm concerned. All the boring things, doing all the magic mods. And yeah, it'd be nice if this was faster, and I'm guessing that there's a better furnace somehow. But I'm okay with doing things the way I know how, and taking my time. It's why I've got lots and lots and lots of hours in this, above and beyond what is probably required. Then again, this whole project of adding an additional blood magic altar setup is probably extraneous, so what are you gonna do? move a little bit of essence at a time. I really should make a stack of elementum. Maybe I should automate it. That would be smart. Next project, automate elementum. And people will say, that's silly. And I'll say, well, I'm silly. Because why would I be anything else? Six, 7 done. 4 and almost 5 to do. Yeah, the elementum really is much faster. And I think I can automate it based off of just like charcoal or something. Element. No. Coal dust. That can become from charcoal. Where does Perdicio come from? Can Perdicio come from something kind of boring? I can get it from carbon. What else does carbon have? Oh, it's a mess. That might be okay, though. Because I think we can get carbon from processing. Oh, maybe I'm crazy. Once again. Whoops. Oh, this is just a mess. Oh, well. We'll get there. It just won't be optimal. I wonder. I do this and this. And let's see here. This is going to be blue. This is going to be red. Nope. Okay. We'll have to figure that out later. When we're not trying to keep up with speedy stuff. Speedy bricks. I'm not trying to keep up with making problems for myself, which is just too much fun. Yeah, I really want to automate Elementum, I think. Simultaneously, I can't process the process of automating Elementum right now because I'm doing something by hand that a lot of people have automated. But I really don't understand how they've automated it, and I'm not willing to just like copy their design without understanding their design. And since I'm not looking into their design carefully, it's unlikely that I'll ever understand it. Because I'm playing the pack kind of my own way. These should be... okay, these are practically empty. Getting real close. I was thinking, this is almost full. These should be done almost. Okay, that's all we need. Hopefully that means yeah. Okay, perfect. One extra, really? That's funny. Oh no, two extra. Okay. Let's do this, and then this, and then we want to see if we have 6 Ignis when we have 2 is not 6. So we'll just turn that into the crystallized version, and we'll work on these in a minute. Yes. So for now, these 12 are going to be put away in here. Hey now, knock that off. Okay. Now, do we need exactly double? No, we need not double. This is 2 times 8. This is 3 times 8, so we need a third more. 12, a third of 12. Oh, anyway. We'll just sort it out the normal way. 24 times 42. 24 times 42 divided by 64. This is how many jars we'll need. That's 16 jars. Right? Let's look at that again. Yep. We have 1, so we'll do 15 additional. There's 16 jars. Maybe we won't make mistakes this time because we're only using 1 essence. Ad breaks? We love ad breaks. And we're back, I think. Or maybe not. I'm trying to determine how much additional of this essence we're going to need. I suppose it doesn't make sense to fill this one up, because what we're going to do is we're going to move this one to being the one that gets the essence from the machines. So we'll just fill up the rest, right? And hopefully we're pretty close, because that will mean less going and getting things and waiting on them. Simultaneously, I suspect we're going to need quite a bit. Not too awful. Alright. We'll put labels on these. Okay, so we need essentially 3 jars and 24 minus 2. Do we have any over here? Have some. We have some more. You can use this stuff up, which is nice. I think that's all the Terra I've got. Alright, so that's kind of interesting. Gonna do that. Then we're going to start these cooking down. And we'll get our final counts here in a second. Looks like we're just going to need like maybe a half stack of stone or something at the end. Maybe even less than that. I don't know. I don't think doing math on stream is going to be my best choice here. So I'll have the game do the math for me. We'll see where we end up with this stuff. And then we'll do the division and get it all straightened out. Well, we need less than a stack. Of stone, that is. Because each stone does 2 terra and that's it. Which is nice. Not having extra essences is good. I mean, it's not awful to have all this essence here. But simultaneously, I don't know when I'll ever use it. So it'll probably just have to be transferred into the applied energistics system at some point. And then it might just be stored in there forever as well. Which seems like kind of a waste. Empty, empty. Alright, everything's empty. So we need a stack plus 8, which is a half stack plus 4, which is 36 stone. 36 stone. We can go get. Yes, kitties. Kitty, 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 kitty. All right. Now, if the math worked, I'm not saying it did. This will fill up and these will be empty and then we'll be done. So we should be able to just start positioning these. So many jars. So we need this one more jar to be filled. Empty, empty, empty. Okay. So now there will be a whole bunch of infusion crafting, which might be automated now, almost. We'll see what happens. Put those away, put those away. These need to be filled back up. Alright, and then put the charcoal away. Let's take a look in here. Welcome back, ASCII. I neither can confirm nor deny that Vin did any such thing. He's a good guy. So, he probably only did good things. We'll put it that way. Oh, the automation worked, and the automation worked, and the automation worked. Oh, it's lovely. Now, I'm not sure what it takes to click this with a wand. Probably some sort of automated user or turtle or maybe an open computer or something. But in any case, right now all I have to do is, when the crafting is done, click the top of the whatchamacallit, the runic matrix with my wand, and the next one will proceed. So this is kind of a batch crafting setup for infusion crafting. And it's probably not pretty, but it is working nicely, which I like. Especially considering I'm making 42 runic stones all in a row. That thing does not like being hit with the wand. Yeah, Vin went into a lurk, ASCII, so I don't know if he's here to say anything in response. And the runic matrix passes through my head. I also wonder if there's a faster way for this to process. Oh well. It might be in the Thaumonomicon, but it probably isn't. I mean, everything's in the Thaumonomicon, I suppose. Instead of standing right up on it, we'll need a little more of a wide view on this one, as it draws in the essences of the various materials and then draws in the materials from the podiums. Should be fun. Crazy light show. Everybody loves the crazy light show. Earth essence. And fire essence. Delicious. And some darkness essence, and some magic essence. A little bit of air essence. Just a tiny little taste. Then the items get drawn in. And the craft will finish. And the new item will be pulled in. Yeah, it's a super shaker. It's encouraging you to do your exercises and shake, I suppose. Yeah, it especially shakes a lot when you whack it with your wand. So be careful with how you use your wand, I suppose. And yes, I may have gone overkill on stability, but my first attempt at this, when I'd never done it before, made a royal mess of things, so I figured out how stability worked and I built a lot of it because I didn't know how much I needed. So 172 is a good number, I think. I think the highest instability I've seen on a craft was 64. So I'm not quite triple that for stability. I think the only common in my world is overkill. 35 to go. Which means like 6 done maybe? And this isn't the only thing I've made today on stream, but it sure feels like it. Getting things ready for infusion crafting takes a while. At least when you're doing it by hand. I suspect there's an automated way to do this. I don't know what it is, so I do it by hand. With some automation set up so that I don't have to do everything by hand. Zero, 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 zero. Just hit it every time it's ready. Infusion Crafting Forever stream. That's what we've got right here. And yes, I have to babysit this because I don't know how to not babysit this. Also, it's not chunk loaded. Also. Likely, Mr. Cursed is horrible. Okay, guy. Thank you for the lurk. I hope you're having a nice day. Oh my goodness. I must be a bad streamer because, you know, all of you are worth shoutouts as far as I'm concerned. Nope. I don't know what I did there. Why am I not in chat? I want to be in chat. Yes, I'm sure that thing's not broken. Let's see here. Do that. If you're not following ASCII, he's got some amazing content. I recommend you go watch it. I don't know when he streams because he's beyond me in his game, and so I stopped watching him, which saddens me because he has really got some beautiful things going. I do sometimes watch his old streams because they're like the best content that I can find, especially when I'm looking for things to watch that are older because nobody's live. So if you've got a minute, go ahead and give ASCII a follow. Of course. Of course. And you do some awesome stuff. As far as I'm concerned, you are like the beast of the Hive guys. Because they're all kind of like, well, we're going to do this, and we're going to do that, and we're going to do this. And you're like, I'm going to go out in the world, and I'm going to conquer everything. I was really impressed with that. Of course, I haven't watched anything from anybody on the Hive for a long time because, hey, you guys passed me like 10 days into your run, probably. But those first 10 days were really entertaining. And there's somewhere out there, there's a clip of ASCII racing the rest of the Hive guys to the moon, and he won. But he also lost at the same time. That was fun to watch several times over. I don't know where that clip is. If you send it to me in a private message, ASCII, I'll post it to the chat if you like. You don't stream that much, all kinds of real life stuff going on. I get that. I haven't streamed in what feels like 2 months. But today, everything worked out, and I'm going to do a long stream. I have no idea how long I'm going to stream for. Probably until my kid says, Dad, I need you right now. Do stuff with me. And I'll say, hey guys, I gotta go. I don't want to go, but I gotta go. So I completely get the real life stuff. It just gets in the way of everything. If only we could video game forever, right? Although you'd probably get bored of it at some point. I don't know. I haven't gotten there, so I'm going to pretend like it doesn't get boring. And yeah, it just does its animation for a while until it's done doing the draw-ins of all the materials and transfers the item across, and then it'll stop being animated, and I'll click it and it'll be animated again. Because I'm doing this craft 42 times. I like to batch craft. That's all there is to it. So you're watching batch crafting and fusion crafting. That's a mouthful. And maybe when you hit it with the wand, animation's broken. I don't know. It's also possible that the person who made Thaumcraft was like, I like it appearing like the runic matrix is going to explode. Because if you don't have enough stability, I mean, it doesn't explode, but it sure does make a mess of things. Blocks being broken, things popping off of pedestals, health damage happening, flux being generated. Alright. Holy moly. That is a huge amount of life change. I hope you have a plan. Because I don't even know what I would do if I were to have sold a house, left a girlfriend, and having to do a new job. I don't think I've ever sold a house. Well, no, I have. But I had a different house at the time, so it's not like it was a big deal. Actually, I had 2 houses at the time, so it wasn't like it was a big deal. So, that's like nothing. All of the job endings I've done were a decision that I made with other people, and I had another job lined up, essentially. Well, since I was in my 20s. And breaking up with a girlfriend on top of all of that, wow. That would have done a few times, but not with those other things mixed in. That sounds like a lot of life changes. I hope you're going to be okay. I hope you're well. I hope you have a good plan. That's massive life changes. That sounds very disruptive. And yes, I bet there's a long story that has a lot to it, but you don't have to share anything if you don't want to. And I'm not asking you to. Kind of sounded like I was, and I'm not. You shared enough. If you want to share more, you'll share more. If you don't want to share more, don't share more. That does sound like a good story over a couple of pints of beer, though. Or maybe a liter of beer makes more sense to you. I don't know. Do you have pints of beer where you're at, ASCII? Yeah, there is a clip of the moon race. I've seen the clip. I have no idea where the clip is. I don't have a URL to it. And if you want to share a URL to it, I'm happy to take that URL and post it in the chat. Oh. Okay. I guess I missed it. I don't know. I don't see that. Oh, in private. Okay, so bad streamer. Copy link. Paste link. There we go. I did it. I'm only awful. I'm not horrible. Or maybe not. Okay. Sorry about that. I mentioned that you could do that, and I didn't even look at the right place to know to do it. And I apologize. Yeah, that clip is good fun. That's a third-person view from ASCII's perspective, so I don't know which guy from the Hive did it. Probably Diddy, but I don't know. They're having a nice little race to the moon, and ASCII wins. He wins in a explosive manner. It's hilarious. Oh, it's Goo? Okay, it's Goo. Goo's a good guy, too. I learned some things from Goo while you guys were playing in, when you were in LV and MV on the Hive run. I don't remember what I learned from him, but I think I learned some things from him. Probably to do with maybe pumpkin into seed oil or something. Maybe something to do with IC2 crops. I don't know. I would say that there's so much to know in New Horizons that it's impossible to know what you know. There's probably some dude out there who's just absolutely a beast and knows everything there is to know. Good news is I haven't watched his videos, so I'm not spoiled by them. And I am kind of doing a blind run here. I'm probably not doing things the best way at all, even close, even on the same path as the best way. But I am having fun. When it comes to quests, I have done the tiers one by one and completed them before moving on to the next tier in the quests. I make items out of tier all the time. In fact, I have an IV circuit assembler and I'm in early-ish EV? I don't know. 27 out of 87 complete, so that sounds early. But I'm not working on the quest right now because what I am working on is moving into the Void Dimension, and then I'll be making high-octane gasoline and expanding my applied energistic system, and then once the applied energistic system's really expanded, I'll start doing lots of auto-crafting, and then once the auto-crafting is set up, then I'll work on EV stuff again. And there's probably a way to do several of those things in conjunction that's tons smarter, like instead of you doing a void world for your personal dimension, doing like some sort of, 64 blocks of what is the stuff at the bottom of the world called? Doing 64 blocks of bedrock and then a single layer of grass, and then, just building on top of that. But I'm of the opinion that that's then giving me blocks, and I didn't earn those blocks. So my personal dimension started out empty, and the only thing that's in there is the things that I put there. I'm kind of treating it as a way to save my server on server ticks, essentially, instead of as if it were a free location to do everything I want to do, even though it kind of is, because I used World Edit to move the thing that I built in the overworld into the personal dimension. And I plan on continuing to do that. I'm going to move lots of stuff with World Edit from the overworld into the personal dimension in order to basically save ticks. I suppose that includes this infusion crafter at some point. And maybe I should have moved this before today, because maybe that would have been smart. But I didn't think about that until just now. I should put that on a clipboard. But not while an infusion crafting is going on. Hopefully I remember that as... How many more of these have I got? 22 more go. If I remember 22 more of these later on to maybe move the Thaumcraft stuff into the Void World, that would be smart. I wonder what I don't want to do another pyramid. Maybe I'll do an octagon. No, I'll probably do a hexagon. Octagons are hard to do in Minecraft. Hexagons are easy to do. Maybe I'll do something round. Decisions, decisions, decisions. What is the quintessential Thaumcraft thing? I mean, a Thaumonomicon, but not really. Maybe I'll do a... Maybe I'll do a crucible. I think I'll do a crucible. I think I'll store my Thaumcraft in a 3-chunk wide crucible. I have an idea. I have no idea how it'll go, but it should be interesting eventually. Thaumcraft in a crucible. Put some extra glass blocks on the outside of it as if it was being used, the forge micro blocks to prevent the flux from getting out, just as a jest. That sounds like fun. What should I use for the black stone? Although it's more of a gray stone, isn't it? And it's made out of iron. I think I'll use void blocks. I wonder if I have enough void blocks. 48 by 48, 49 by 49. That's 50 by 50 essentially. That's 2,500. 2,500 is how many 64s? Let's go 50/100s. Yeah, I've got enough to start. And my void block maker is just going to keep making void blocks, so yeah. Maybe I'll make that go faster and I'll replace the storage drawer with a super chest. And I'll have my Thaumcraft room be in a primarily void block crucible out in the void. That sounds entertaining to me. That is what I'm going to do. Soon. But not right now. Right now I'm doing blood magic. Although I'm doing Thaumcraft to do blood magic, because in New Horizons, everything magic is gated by Thaumcraft. And yes, this is why I ended up with a brick pyramid out in the void for my next, well, for the supports for my blood magic altars, was because I decided that that's what I really wanted. Ooh, I could do a layer of brick under the crucible as like the flame holder for the niter or something. So I could have the crucible that's 3 chunks tall, 50 blocks tall roughly, and then I could have some bricks underneath of it. Yeah. I think so. I think the niter will just be imaginary, because I have no idea how I'd try to implement that in blocks. That doesn't even sound like something fun. Maybe I'll stick one niter underneath the middle, just to be kind of humorous. But I'm certainly not going to do a 49 by 49 niter fill-in. You know, close to 50 stacks of niter. I don't have niter on automatic, and I'm not planning on doing that either. Too much for the jest. Although maybe I could do some sort of yellow block. Gold would work. Do I have any niter on me? I don't. Do I have any over here? Oh, there. So, gold and copper. I could do that underneath. Yeah, I could do that. That's silly but fun. I have an awful plan, and I'm going to implement it. Just stick a single niter at the very center of the faked up, mocked up niter. Yep. How many more? 16 more. So 6 and 10, 42, 32, 26. 26 done, 16 to go. Well, no, 25 done. 1 in process, 16 to go. So we're over half done with watching the silly runic matrix jiggle and wiggle and have fun. Oh, that's fun. I'm looking at things in Twitch chat, or well, Twitch broadcaster, and trying to understand what I'm looking at. I basically just try to make sure I can moderate things, but even then I'm kind of probably bad at it. I think I should say once again, thank you to the lurkers, because you guys are amazing. I do a lot of lurking myself, just not when I'm streaming. I think other people do both at the same time. I don't think it's a good plan with Gregtech, but maybe it's fine. $26 done. That's a positive. We have a plan, or I have a plan. We have a plan for what's going to happen for Thaumcraft in the Void. It's going to be a huge area. Roughly 50 by 50 by 50. I wonder if I can make it look really tiny by using the blocks appropriately. Let's go look at the crucible again. Oh wow, there's a huge area beneath it. And yeah, Void's gonna be too dark, I think. Maybe I'll primarily use steel. I can get steel no problem. I'll need to automate it, but that's, again, not an issue. I have steel on automatic, I just don't have steel blocks on automatic. Putting steel blocks on automatic would be a no big deal. So steel with a little bit of void. Maybe some other stuff, not exactly sure. Put that Thaumcrafty symbol on the side. Oh, dark steel and electrical steel will help. And then there's several kinds of steel. Maybe dark steel will be my primary block. Oh, that's going to be... No, I can't do that. I could do a little bit of it, but not a lot of it. Steel's not really dark enough. And maybe fancy steel. But that's really not dark enough. What about void? How dark is void? Void metal is really dark. We'll see what we see. What's the magic metal? Thomanite? Thomanite's blue. I don't think I've made any Thomanite, so I didn't know it was blue. I didn't know there was a helmet. That's kind of fun. Is Thomanite really only good for, like, next to nothing? Oh, wait. There's a single thing you can make with Thomanite. How do you get Thomanite in the first place? Okay, you can make Thomanite nuggets from Thaumium. Okay. And there's one thing in the game that might use it. But it's blue. Wait. Arcane stone. I'll bet arcane stone looks really good for the most part if we're gonna do a huge well, see where we go. I'll mock it up in creative and see what's what. And then I'll try to figure it out. 10 more to go. So 11 in process / 2 go. 2 process. Ten more in process / processing. 2 process. Ooh. Those jars are getting kind of empty looking, aren't they? Well, we knew it was going to happen. That's why we made so much in the first place. But them getting close to being empty is really, really good because that means we're getting close to being done. I think air is the least one to be used. Yep. Let's stand on the other side for a little while. The finished side. Finished side. $33 down, 42 total, so 9 to go. Which means 75% done, right? Probably? Maybe? Arcane stone's kind of a problem to get. I don't think I can automate that. Maybe I can. Oh no, I bet you can. Do 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 do. Allow. Silly, silly Twitch. Trying to block ASCII. You're just an idiot yourself. You made copper and tin dust, alloy smelt to bronze, and then pulverized. Yeah, you probably could just put them in the alloy smelter unless they change that. Because can't you just put the ingots in the alloy smelter? The blocked word was dummy. It considers that to be bullying. And I suppose if you were saying something bad about somebody else, it could be a form of bullying. I would agree with that. Conversely, if you're saying, hey dudes, I'm an idiot, which is kind of what you said, I'm fine with that, because having a moment where you're an idiot is kind of my whole life. The problem is when I don't learn from my mistakes. You just combine those in a crafting grid to make dust. No need. Oh. Okay, that makes sense. So early on, you can make the dusts directly, and then you can just mix the dusts, and then you can just throw them into a furnace and get what you need without having to do any of the intermediate steps, which is cool. I think where I'm at, I don't have any of the copper or tin dust. It's all been made into bars. In fact, almost all of my stuff that can be made into bars easily has been made into bars easily, or well, automatically by my ore processing. Ah, that makes sense. Potent was a useful material for a very short amount of time. I don't know if I have any use for it going forward. If I do, I'll of course make more of it, but I don't think I'm going to. 36 done. That means there's only 6 remaining. We're getting really close to the finishing part of this, which is nice. Most of these are going to be used for the Well of Suffering ritual. Then 4 of them are going to be used for large bloodstained bricks, and one of them is going to be used for a master ritual stone. And then I'm going to have a few extra left over. And then I have a whole bunch more infusion crafting to plan out and do for these runes of sacrifice and augmented capacity. And then we are going to have a whole bunch of blood magic going. And I hope I get that done today. Conversely, with the way I go with things and the slowness I go, it might be tomorrow. I think I'm going to stream tomorrow until noon. I think I'm going to stream today until something stops me. And I don't know what that thing would be. Lots of people are out of town right now. And, did I do bound ritual to get blood shard? I don't think I know what a blood shard is. I've killed these to get these. I don't have any idea where this comes from. And I made the bound sword and got some of these from that, and then I have been doing this ever since because making imbued slates is really easy. Yeah, I made a bound sword. Let's see here. Let's start this next one going. Bound sword. It's not a bound sword, it's a bound blade. So, yeah, I made one of these, and once you have one of these, when you kill things with this, it makes the weak blood shards. So yeah, I ended up doing that ritual once upon a time. I also made the pickaxe and the shovel. I might have an axe. I don't know. I don't have these. I know I don't have these. I did go hardcore ender way to get weakness 3 splash potion to get shard. I don't know that method. That's cool. I know I had some blood shards from just killing mobs from somehow before I had a bound blade, but I don't know how those... I don't know how I got those in the first place. I don't know why they were made or why they ended up, existing. I just know that over time and killing lots of mobs that I ended up with some weak blood shards, but when I ran out, I needed the bound blade to get the more of them. I think that's the way the quest book has you do it. Paying the highest price. So yeah, it says to get the soul shards, you use your bound blade. But ever since I got a few of these the first time, I just did the whole shapeless orb crafting with the imbued slate to get 5 times as many. So you just, you make your imbued slates with your blood altar, and then you combine them up, and you just get a lot of these. I haven't seen anyone going that way, so you need to learn how to make those weakness 3 potions. Okay. I don't know. Long way to go, rather expensive, blah, blah, blah. No idea. Yeah, I don't know anything about a weakness way of getting them. I suspect the way I got some before I had this had something to do with that. Conversely, I don't know what happened. I killed mobs, I ended up with some weak blood shards. I don't know why. Weakness probably was the case. Probably one mob making another mob weak or something. Because mobs can't help but, attack each other, essentially. Alright. This is the last one. Which means it's cleanup time. Ooh. Okay, it had enough. Kind of wondering there with it drawing like the last little bit out. I think. Yeah, it drew the last little bit out. It didn't do that with air. It didn't do that with any of the others, but it drew the last little bit of the tenebrae out. That's fun. Okay. All done. Let's collect these guys. Let's get them clearing. Let's do that. Then empty. That's not empty. Are you empty? You're not empty. Okay. Well, you'll be done next. Alright. Those are done. So, what's this shard? Okay, that's easy. Easy, easy, easy. Let's go do that. Further down. And we'll want that in here. And then it's 1 blood shard. And 4 of these. And we'll just throw a bunch on the ground, because why not? And that's working. Alright, that part's done. Now it's going to be trying to sort things out again, because I have not pre-prepared, or I have not prepared for the next steps. We need reinforced bloodstones, which I have some. We need these. And then we need 2 Terra. I doubt I have it. So I'm gonna have to make it. So that's going to require some simple catalyst, which is going to require growth medium, which we made earlier, but we're going to make again. That comes from here. We'll just grab a stack because why not? And then what else comes from here? Nothing else comes from here. Actually, let's grab the redstone from here, why not? Then we'll go to our sky base on the way to our void base. Then grab some skystone, because it is the slowest thing to process by far, but we only need a few of them. We're going to make a bunch of simple catalysts, but we're only going to make a few skystone, so maybe that's not going to be so bad. We need these mineral sands, 2 of each. And we need obsidian, 2 of those. And that's everything. Then we're going to need some gunpowder, 1 stack. Since I don't want to make simple catalyst in onesie-twosies. These other parts are going to be fine, but the glass I want to take, because I will make glass to replace the bottles I use. Wood ash comes from saplings. I think I just went on break or ads and just ignored it, because bad streamer. But I was talking about the fact that I'm going to make a stack of these, not make them 1 or 2 at a time, but I'm only going to make the 2 Terra because I only need the 2 Terra. Yeah, I'm glad the ads are gone. I think I just ignored them because bad streamer be bad streamer. That would be me. Sugar I have elsewhere. Pretty sure. Yeah, sugar I have elsewhere. Bones I'm bringing. Mulch I have elsewhere. Wood ash, I've got the saplings right there. Gunpowder I'm bringing. The growth medium I'm making. Okay. Back upstairs. Out of here. And go... Well, let's sleep, because why not? It's probably going to spawn a witch. Maybe Twitch decided ads were too expensive to mess with for me. I don't know. I don't know if ads were... I don't know if the full ads happened. I wasn't paying any attention, which is probably terrible. Sugar is here. Sugar is in here. There we go. Alright, and then the mulch and the wood ash I'm going to make somewhere else. At the sky base. But my McDonald's ads, we gotta have all the McDonald's ads so that we know that we need all the McDonald's, because we gotta have No, we don't. McDonald's is awful. Do that. Here. Grab some glass. Go over here. Grab some rubber. Grab the mold for rounds. Put the helmet and the wand away. Grab the water. Where do I want to grab water from this time? Let's grab it from this one. And yes, at my sky base, all of my water is provided by water tanks. Still. I'm an EV, and I make water with water tanks. Why not? They just keep working. Why change? Take the glass, put the glass in the forming press to get our bottles back. The wood ash is what we don't have yet. 36, okay. Still going. What about you? Roughly 36 as well. We'll pick up these guys for later. Wood ash is the first thing I'll need. Oh, pick up the mulch. Sugar, bone, mulch, wood ash. Sugar, bone, mulch, wood ash. Almost done. 54. Well, I guess it would be bad if you had one McDonald's ad and it was a full 3 minutes long. That would be awful. I don't even know. I'm just not going to think about this anymore. I need to go to my mixer. Not think about 3 minute long McDonald's ads, because oh my goodness. You also have water tank and GOG, but feeding that from a thirsty tank. I can't stand the thirsty tanks. They sound so bad. I don't even know. Oops. That was a fail. Let's fix that. Okay. Have it. Got all those. Got all those. Okay. Yeah, I think the thirsty tank just, like, broke my brain there for a second, because... no, bad. Do you not mind the thirsty tank? Really? Or something? Because they sound like a kid slurping out of a cup or something. Like, really, really not good. Do these water tanks not work in the void world? That's a real bonus in my mind. Then again, I mean, they're not as cheap by any stretch of the imagination. But these exist, and they don't make noise. Do you know about these? Okay. I mean, they're expensive because they require titanium. So that's annoying. I think they require titanium because the devs are like, we want you to have awful noises or literally slowest tank in the world. But I'm not one for those awful noises. I have not made a single thirsty tank. If there's a quest for them, it's probably still undone. Let's look. I'm curious. I don't even know where it would be. There it is. Completely undone. Can't be done. Can't be allowed. Why not make water reservoir? Yeah, that's a really good question. If you're talking about these reservoirs right here, the ever full urn makes water much faster than the Ender IO reservoir. Oh, okay. I know what you're talking about. You're referring to this guy right here. He requires a lot of titanium. But yeah, he makes water real good. Remote IO, he makes a lot of water a lot fast. And downstairs. Do that. It's going. Put those guys in there. I'll need 2 of these. Let's see here. Done. I'm gonna need to make 4 more of these. So that's 36 reinforced slates. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And they need to be reinforced, which is the first one there. So drop them in, pull the orb, bring out the tester to make sure that everything's hunky-dory. Everything is hunky-dory. So this is using some, that's using some, and it'll drain slowly. But I'm guessing that this will be done long before this is empty. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Actually, I have a backup in case I make a mistake. I have a second way to fill my network. That's a few little bits of life essence. Just a little bit. Those poor blazes. Won't somebody think of the blazes? Actually, let's reverse the order here. let's do these first and these second. Since we only need the two. Alright. Now we can start thinking about this master ritual orb. Okay, so more of all the same, and also cognito. So we will bring up stone, because that's where we were getting our earth from. And we will bring up bricks, because that's where we were getting our Ignis and Terra from. And we will bring up abyssal, cobblestone, because that's where we're getting the tenebrae from. And also next thing is magic from blazed powder. And air was coming from nitrogen. And then, where do we get cognito from? From Chad. Poor Chad. Paper. Does paper have anything else? Paper does have a few other things. What does Chad have? Chad has a little bit of something else. 4 and 3 is better. I think we'll get our Chad from... I think we will get our cognito from our paper. Is this thing done? This thing is done. Put the orb back. Put the divination sigil back. Pick those guys up. Is there anything else needed for this? Our ritual stone. A ritual stone, 2 Terra, 4 obsidian, 4 reinforced. Okay, so that's all set up. We've got the bricks with us. We need to pick up the abyssal. We have plenty of blaze powder and nitrogen. We need paper. Paper and stone and abyssal, or black granite. Black granite, yes. Wrong story. Right story. Through here. And sit up straight, because why not? Come down here. Paper. And then black granite. Check something offline. Okay. Finish checking the thing. Interesting. Okay. Have it. Need to get the stone. I'm gonna run out of stone soon, guys. I can tell. Okay. put that there. Let's grab the other one out of there. We'll hook it up later. This is essentially cleaning out certain parts of this. It's going to take the cobblestone, the dirt, a few other things. And we are headed back to the Thaumcraft area. Okay. We're going to need 36 Terra. Don't have any Terra out right now, so actually let's reverse that. Let's start with the Cognito. We need 8 Cognito, I think. Yep, that certainly looks like an 8 to me. Do I have any in here? Ha ha! Don't even have to mess with the paper. We can just put it away. That's nice to know. Let's just go set this up and be done with it. Done. Okay. What's next? Eight air. 2 air. And 6 air. We'll make everything happy. We're going to need a fuel source. So drop in the fuel, drop in the nitrogen, drop in a little bit extra, put the label on it, put on the hat so we can see what's going on. 6, 7, 8. Hey, don't trap me. Alright, air is sorted. Magic. We need 16 Precantatio. We have roughly 4. Precantatio comes from Blaze Powder. Blaze Powder is 4 each. So 1, 2, 3. And that's going to make other stuff times 2. It's going to make some of that. It's going to make some of this. And we're going to need the little bit that went up in here. Alright, so put that in and give it some fuel. Put those guys in. Put those guys in. Very, very good. Gonna have to do this all again for the Runes of Sacrifice and the Runes of Augmented Capacity, but not right now. I should probably find some free tunes for people to listen to while I'm playing. Earth essence in there. Put these guys away. Get the Ignis in there. How much Ignis do I need? 24. We have enough. How much Earth do I need? 36. We're not there yet. Empty. Alright, you just chill up there. 16, is 16 right? 16 is correct. Go put you away. Now we need the darkness stuff, which is... How much do we need? We need 16? Okay. Bring out the obsidian chisel. Make this into the cobblestone. No. Thistle brick. Yes. Then we need a jar. Put this jar first. And the... whatever that... I think tenebrae will go second. When you're not making 42 of the same item, you use a lot less essence, which is good, because making all that essence was a pain in the tuchus. Don't need to do that again. I mean, we're going to do similar things for these 30 and 16, I'm sure. But what are you going to do? So... 36 Terra. How are we doing on Terra? I've got some Terra. Tick, 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 tick. All right. So 36 would be 4. I needed 24. Do I have 2 Ignian? I do. The reason I'm doing this is to get the numbers to be multiples of 8 so I can pick them up later. Essentially, because I'm lazy and that's easier than whatnot. Okay, so 36 Terra, yes. And 24 Ignis, yeah, more than that. And 16 each of Tenebrae and Precantatio. And finally, 8 each of Air and Cognito. Yep, perfect. So then we need to stick all these parts and pieces in their right places. The ritual stone's gonna go here. The obsidian will go into... Interesting. Didn't mean to put that there. What? I probably already made the Terra I needed before. I just didn't realize I'd made it. Mistakes were made. But whatever, that's fine. Those can all go away. He can go away. Wand can be out. And no. All right. 4, 4, and 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Right. Whoopsie. Okay. Helps to have the parts in place. Maybe. Maybe, just maybe, a good idea. You know, if you're smart. And once again with the fusion crafting. Infusion crafting is always the best. We did 42 of them before, and now we're doing another one, and we're gonna do 36 more later. Maybe they won't be on stream, maybe they will, who knows. It's the stream of infusion crafting. And these should all be empty when it's done, except that one. I'm going to grab a file for the extra Ignis, put it away. Alright, those are all empty. Put them up. And yay, Master Ritual Stone get. Alright, put it away in the backpack for later. Let's go check on whatever else we need to be doing. We did that. Pretty sure we did that, but I'm not 100%. Let's go out of here and check. Nope. Here we are. Go to the compressor, the steam squasher, pick up those reinforced bloodstones. All right. Hi, witch. Giving me the jump scare, are you? You know what that means. You get to be a sacrificial, or excuse me, not a sacrificial. A volunteer. You get to be a volunteer for the life essence harvesting process. Aren't you lucky? Everybody wants to be a volunteer there, I'm sure. It's just a good place to be. Because me, I don't know if I'm the hero of this adventure, but whatever I am, I like to have my life essence collection. And since you volunteered to be here, here you are. So much fun being up here, I'm sure. All right. Pick up the simple catalysts. So I think... well, we might need a few more, I don't know. We'll see what we need in the future. We don't need these, I don't think. We can put those away and realize that we made the wrong thing. But that's okay. That's ready. Let's go get all the stuff figured out for more infusion crafting. We need 32 water. I'm pretty sure I'm going to use fresh water for this. Because fresh water is 1 water and that's that. So fresh water, and we need 16 times 32, which is 8 stacks of fresh water. Let's just go have a blast. Fresh water. Let's go get our buckets. And yep, we can make fresh water right there. How many stacks did I say? 8 stacks? Here we go. I wonder if I have any fresh water over yonder. Ooh, I do. That will help. Okay. Let's turn off the rain. Nobody needs rain. Phone says stuff. But not right now, stuff. What are you doing in my chair? That's my chair. You can't be in my chair. All right, back to water. I need 8 stacks. That's that many stacks. I'll bet there's a better way of doing this. I don't know that way. That's probably not it. But at least it shows that I'm a fool. Which is probably more useful than most things I've done today. Almost done. There we go. 8 stacks of fresh water. Alright. What else are we going to need? Lucrum. What is the best source of this stuff? There really is no good source, is there? think there's a cheat sheet out there somewhere that says, if you want this, make this and use it. Too bad I'm not willing to do that. Gold coins are a good source of lucrum. Let's go make a whole bunch of various gold things and see if there's any one of them that's quite useful. I don't have that sheet, I'm sure. This is one of those places where I am doing it blind, ASCII. So instead of like looking up what is the best way of doing X, I just well, I'll share it with other people. Copy link. So everybody else can see the sheet, but I'm going to go, I'll figure it out. I don't know what the best thing for lucrum is. I'll bet it's something gold. So I'll just make some gold stuff. Because I am running out of gold, can you tell? I've only got 64 stacks of gold dust. I'm obviously a very poor person. The other day I made the joke that I was trying to do something and I counted out a whole bunch of different items from my inventory, and I ended up with like an additional extra 30 gold bars that I didn't know where it came from. I know they come from the loot sacks. The golden coins for the lucrum, they come from these. It's not showing it. Thaumcraft has a loot bag mechanic. I may never find the loot bags, or what they're called. There they are. Common treasure. These things can have the coins in them. That being said, what was I gonna say? I don't remember what I was gonna say. I don't have a lot of those loot bags, unfortunately. Well, that has a whole bunch of other stuff that's not useful. What about a gold sheet? So gold sheets aren't bad. What about a gold gear? Actually, let's keep that. Three extra, 4 extra. So gold gears are not as good. What about gold rod? 19 seconds for a gold rod? Wow. I'm also going to try a gold bolt. And then I'll use a gold screw. Because why not? Scan them all. Okay, so that is a bunch of extra and is not as good. Alright, enjoy your lurk. Thanks for stopping by. And again, anybody listening, ASCII's a really cool dude. He does all kinds of cool content. It sounds like recently he's been having some difficulty making content because of life. But, you know, life is that way, so sorry to hear that. once again, I think you should follow him, and I think you should see if you like his content as much as I do. Alright, so those lose the lucrum aspect, which is too bad. But I've got an AE system, so it's no big deal. What else is there that's gold? We could see what a gold ring does. That sounds valuable. Gold rings take a while, but that's no big deal. We can probably actually make the rings faster in the solidifier. I don't know. Depends if they're valuable. 2 hours later. Nope, they lose it as well. Pretty similar. Alright, what other things could we try making that might be valuables? What about gold foil? Only 9 seconds. I'll bet I have gold foil. This may have been silly. It was silly. Alright. What else might? Gold plate's the same as another gold plate. That ain't gonna happen. What about a gold round? Well, that's got a lot of aspects, but it's nothing useful. Back to gold. Tried that, tried that. Fine gold wire. Fine gold wire doesn't do it. It's funny, ruby dust is really good. I just don't have nearly enough to just utilize it. I have emeralds. Emeralds are good. Emeralds. Let's go explore emeralds more carefully. I think emeralds might be our, we have 1 gold somewhere. Oh, we don't have 1 gold somewhere. We have a mess. I don't know what I did there, but whatever. Let's go look at emeralds, because I have a lot of emeralds. Alright. Nope, nope. So emeralds are just as good as emerald plates. I'm not going to really worry about emeralds. I need 24 times 16 divided by 5. Or 77 emeralds. That's not a problem. $77. Is that right? 77, okay. Then I need fammies. I need a bunch of fammies, and fammies comes from food. Well, if I could just make pork nuggets, that would be the way to go, but I don't think I can. Looks like... Well, how do I make this? Okay, since there's no way easy to make that, I'm not even going to worry about it anymore. Let's go with cooked calamari. Magic, we know, is our favorite. Blaze powder. And Terra we get from stone. And vacuous. Vacuous I think we get from bowls. Do get vacuous from bowls. Okay. So making bowls requires not much. A knife and a... Okay, that's no big deal. Let's go out and we'll work on... Those two are done. We'll work on fammies. We need to figure out how many squid we need. Just be glad we have squids. So, show me where cooked squid are. I have 1. How many cooked squid do I need? I need 18 by 16, which is... And then a squid has 3. $96 cooked squid. So 95, 35, 31. Let's look at that math again. 96, 96. Let's go cook some squid. Alright, that's on the way. Blaze powder. We have plenty of blaze powder at the Thaumcraft area, I hope. Stone. Let's grab one more stack of... Well, no, let's find out how much stone we're going to need. 8 times 16... So we'll need 1 stack of stone. Do we carry around a stack of stone with us? We have a stack of stone with us. Okay. Perfect. Alright, then finally the bowls. We're going to need... How many of those? 4 bowls per craft. 64 bowls. 64 bowls is a stack of planks. A stack of planks I'll go grab. Actually, 3, 4, 5, 6. Come on. I don't need to grab bowls because I can grab these guys. You are creepy. Stop being creepy. And then we'll go make those bowls in the void world. Alright, stack of bowls. No problem. Looking at the timer, I think I'm going to call it pretty soon here. It's been almost 5 hours. And I don't know if you guys are bored of this, but I can only do so much infusion crafting in one day. And I think I'm there. I might do a little bit off stream, but I don't think I'm going to do any more on stream today. Thank you everybody who was watching. We are going to do a raid here in a minute or 3. I think we'll have ads coming again here soon, which is why I'm wanting to raid out now. So let's go look and see who we might go to. Alright, I know where we're going. I know what we're up to. Everything is good. Just need to get a copy of this name. Because copying is the best. We're going to do a raid. Again, thank you everybody for being here. Thank you lurkers. Thank you chatters. Thank you everybody who followed. Appreciate it. And that's all I've got for you today. We did a whole bunch of work, but we didn't move any blood magic stuff. But that's kind of what happens. I go slow and things happen slow. Once again, thank you for being here. Hope you enjoy the content that Dauber makes. I think he's a good dude. I think he makes great content. Take care, everybody, and have a great time.